Hello, travelers. Professor GreyTail here. I know that you have already learned much about our magical world, where good and evil intertwine their wands in an eternal dance. But I am certain I can still surprise you. Night had settled softly over Diagon Alley, laying its silvery veil across crooked chimneys and cobbled streets. Shops that bustled by day were now hushed, their lantern-lit windows glowing like sleepy eyes. Yet one storefront still hummed with a faint, restless magic. Ollivander's wand shop, narrow as a broomstick and twice as mysterious. Inside, Cedric Polloway stood with his hands clasped stiffly behind his back, trying very hard not to look as nervous as he felt. Tomorrow, he would begin his first year at Hogwarts. Tonight, he needed a wand. It should have been the most thrilling moment of his young life, but Cedric's stomach kept rolling like a cauldron left on high flame. Mr. Ollivander glided between towering shelves of wand boxes, murmuring to himself as though the woods and cores whispered back. Perhaps sycamore? No, something lighter. You have a quiet steadiness about you, boy. Wands take notice of such things. Cedric swallowed. Sir, I'm not sure any wand will want me. Want you? Ollivander's pale eyes brightened. My dear boy, wands do not judge. They seek a resonance, something only they can sense. Every witch and wizard has a partner somewhere in my shelves. He handed Cedric a wand of warm cherry wood. Cedric lifted it, gave the smallest flick, and the wand gave a miserable wheeze, like an offended kitten. Sparks fizzled to the floor. No, Ollivander said cheerfully, plucking it away. Cherry is too bold for you. A second wand sang a sharp note and went dark. A third let off a sneeze so loud Cedric nearly dropped it. He tried to laugh, but the sound trembled in his throat. He couldn't help imagining his parents' hopeful faces when they'd hugged him goodbye that morning. What if he returned home without a wand at all? Ollivander paused. His expression shifted, as though a thought tugged at him from far away. Slowly, he reached to a dusty, lonely shelf Cedric hadn't noticed before. A box lay there, older than the rest, its corners frayed, its lid marked by a thin scar across the wood. Curious, the wandmaker whispered. I hadn't expected this one to stir. He drew out a slender wand of pale rowan wood. The grain shimmered faintly, as though moonlight lived beneath its surface. Cedric reached for it, but before his fingers brushed the handle, the wand leapt. It threw itself into his hand with startling force. A crackle of power surged up Cedric's arm, bright and wild. Shelves rattled. Dust drifted like startled snow. The wand hummed, not warmly, not with the gentle approval Cedric had hoped for, but with a sharp, searching cry, like it was calling to someone who wasn't there. Then the blast came. A ring of brilliant light burst outward. Boxes toppled. Sparks skittered across the floor in frantic spirals. Cedric stumbled backward, gripping the rowan wand as though it might fly away entirely. When the last spark faded, silence settled heavy and tense. Ollivander's face was grave, his eyes fixed not on Cedric, but on the abandoned shelf where the box had been. That, he said softly, was not the wand choosing you. Cedric's heart lurched. But it flew to me. Yes, Ollivander murmured, stepping closer to inspect the wand's trembling glow. Because the one it sought was near, very near, and whatever force pulled at it. He bent to examine a blackened patch of wood on the shelf's corner. Was not wholesome magic. Cedric felt cold all the way to his toes. What does that mean? It means, Ollivander said, straightening with a troubled breath, that your wand has revealed something hidden, something dangerous, and whoever its true master is, they were here, only moments ago. Cedric looked down at the wand, still vibrating faintly in his grip. The rowan wood felt wrong in his hand, too alive, too urgent, as though it wanted to escape him and finish the call it had begun. He had come only for a wand, but he had stepped into a mystery instead. And though Cedric did not yet know it, the night's strange enchantment had already set his path in motion, toward danger, toward discovery, and toward a secret buried beneath the cobbles of Diagon Alley, waiting to be unearthed. The door of the wand shop had barely stopped trembling when Ollivander ushered Cedric toward the counter, his movements swift but careful, as though some fragile spell hung in the air and might shatter if touched wrongly. Outside, Diagon Alley lay quiet beneath the moon, but within the narrow walls of the shop, magic pulsed like a heartbeat gone slightly astray. Cedric clutched the rowan wand, wishing he could set it down, yet afraid of what might happen if he did. The wood thrummed faintly, as though restless in his grasp. "Sir, who could have been here? I didn't see anyone." "That is precisely the troubling part," Ollivander murmured. "A wand reacts to presence, not sight." Cedric followed Ollivander's gaze toward the scorched mark on the wood. The blackened patch pulsed faintly, like embers buried beneath ash. He felt a prickling unease, as if shadows in the room leaned closer to listen. "Does this mean the wand is cursed?" Cedric whispered. "No," Ollivander said. "Rowan resists dark influence better than most woods. It is steadfast, noble, and deeply protective, but it has been disturbed. That much is clear." He reached for the wand, but it flared sharply, refusing his touch. Ollivander paused, surprised. It does not want to leave you. Whether that is due to your own potential or merely the echo of its unrest, I cannot say." Cedric's pulse quickened. He had hoped this night would end with a warm wand box tucked under his arm and the promise of schooling ahead. Instead, he felt as though invisible threads were tightening around him, tugging him down a path he had never chosen. Ollivander paced the narrow aisle, wand shelves rising like dusky towers on either side. "There have been attempts in past years," he said quietly, "to meddle with wand loyalty. Dangerous attempts, foolish ones. If someone has been experimenting again?" He let the sentence fade into silence. Cedric felt his throat grow tight. "What should I do?" "For now," Ollivander replied, turning to him with solemn eyes. "You must take the wand with you. It will not be tamed by anyone else tonight. But be cautious. Until it settles, do not cast spells unless absolutely necessary." Cedric nodded, though the thought of casting anything at all with the restless wand made his stomach flutter. Ollivander bent again to the scorched shelf, touching the blackened seam with a fingertip. This mark was left not by wild magic, but by intention. Someone meant to hide something here. His voice deepened, touched with unease. "And I fear they will not relish that their secret has been disturbed." The shop suddenly felt colder. A soft creak echoed from the far end of the room. Cedric jerked his head up. The door had not opened, nor had anything fallen. Yet something, a shift in air, a whisper of movement, stirred the dust. Ollivander straightened. "We are not alone." Cedric froze. Between two shelves, where the shadows ran long and deep, a faint shimmer rippled, like heat rising from stone. It pulsed once, twice, then blurred into the shape of a small parchment envelope. It drifted forward in an unnatural glide before dropping gently at Ollivander's feet. Cedric's breath halted. Where did that come from? Ollivander did not answer. He lifted the envelope with care. No seal adorned it, no name, only a faint symbol scorched into the corner, an unbalanced circle with a jagged line through its center. I know this mark, Ollivander murmured, voice grim. It was last used by a group of unsanctioned charm workers during the First Wizarding War. Their experiments were forbidden for good reason. Cedric swallowed hard. Experiments on what? On wand allegiance, Ollivander said. They attempted to force loyalty, to override the natural bond that forms between wand and wizard. Their work was flawed, unstable, and perilous. Many of them vanished without trace after their final trials. He turned the envelope over, frowning. But one remained unaccounted for. The parchment began to tremble. Ollivander stepped back as the envelope split open on its own. A thin ribbon of smoke coiled out, forming letters that glimmered in the dim shop light. A warning, written in the drifting haze. Return what is not yours. Cedric felt the rowan wand burn hot in his palm, pulsing in alarm. The smoky letters twisted and reshaped. The wand calls to the one it belongs to. Interfere, and you shall share its fate. Then the smoke shuddered and exploded into a sharp crack. The shelves trembled, wand boxes rattling like restless bones. Cedric staggered, and Ollivander steadied him with a firm hand. All right, the wand maker said, voice taut but steady. That is quite enough. Whoever left this message knows the wand awakened. They want it back, and they assume I stand in their way. Cedric clutched the wand. Why me then? Why did it choose me, even for a moment? Because you were close, Ollivander said. Perhaps closer than they realized. And the wand, in its confusion, reached for the nearest spark of magic strong enough to answer it. But I didn't do anything. You merely stood where fate placed you, Ollivander replied. Outside, the wind brushed against the shop window, rattling it softly. Cedric shivered. For the first time, he sensed something lurking just beyond the edge of the street, watchful, patient, waiting for the chance to reclaim what it believed was stolen. Ollivander closed his hand around Cedric's shoulder. Listen to me. Tomorrow you leave for Hogwarts. That is where you will be safest for now. But before you go, there is something below these streets, something hidden long ago, that I must investigate, and the wand's reaction tonight suggests it may soon resurface. Cedric stared at him. Do you want me to help? Not yet, Ollivander said, though his tone held a shadow of uncertainty. But if the wand continues to bind itself to you, then you may have little choice. The rowan wand gave a faint tremor, as though agreeing. Cedric exhaled shakily. He had wanted adventure once, dreamed of the thrill of spells and duels and secret corridors at Hogwarts. But this was different. This was danger stirring from the depths of forgotten magic, and it had already taken notice of him. Ollivander guided him toward the door. Go home for now. Rest. But keep the wand close, and if anything strange occurs tonight, do not attempt to face it alone. Cedric nodded. The wand felt heavy at his side as he stepped into the night. Diagon alleys stretched quiet before him, lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. Yet every shadow seemed deeper than before, every alleyway waiting, listening. He walked quickly, heart thudding, sensing the hidden tension in the air. Something had begun tonight, something that smelled of old magic and restless intent. Though Cedric tried to steady his breathing, he could not shake the feeling that unseen eyes followed him from rooftop to rooftop. And high above the alley, perched upon a chimney like a silent sentinel, A cloaked figure watched him go, unmoving, unreadable, until Cedric vanished into the turning street. Only then did the figure slip away into the darkness, as silent as smoke fading into starless sky. Cedric walked swiftly through the dimming lanes that led from Diagon Alley toward the quieter streets beyond. The lamps flickered in the breeze, stretching his shadow long across the cobblestones. The rowan wand lay tucked inside his robe, though he could feel its faint, uneasy flutter even through the fabric. It reminded him of a caged bird whose wings beat not from fear, but from warning. When he reached the small flat where he and his parents had spent the night, all was dark except for a single light glowing in the window. His mother must have dozed in her chair waiting for him. He eased open the door, but before he could speak, the wand warmed sharply, as if urging him to silence. Cedric paused, listening. The flat should have been still, yet something subtle, barely more than a breath of difference, stirred the air. A shift too small for the eye, but not too small for a wand that refused to rest. Cedric stepped inside, wand sliding into his hand of its own accord. The hall was narrow and lined with simple wooden pegs where cloaks hung quietly. Nothing seemed disturbed. He crept toward the sitting room. His mother slept soundly, wrapped in a blanket, unaware of anything amiss. Cedric let out a slow breath in relief, yet the wand's faint glow did not dim. It tugged him ever so slightly toward the far side of the room. There, perched upon the table beside the cold teapot, lay a single slip of parchment. Cedric's heart tightened. He had not left any parchment there, nor had his parents. The note was folded crisply, too precisely, as though the hands that shaped it were practiced in secrecy. Cedric looked toward his mother again, still asleep, then stepped closer. The wand flared as he reached for the note. Its heat prickled his fingertips. Cedric unfolded the parchment. Inside, a message awaited him. Ink black as soot, lettering sharp and angular. "You have what is mine. I will reclaim it before the next moon. Return the wand, and you remain untouched. Keep it, and you will learn the cost of meddling." Cedric's breath trembled. The threat was simple, but heavy as a stone dragged through deep water. He folded the note quickly, slipping it into his pocket. He could not trouble his parents with this. Not tonight. Not when he would be leaving for Hogwarts in the morning. The wand vibrated more urgently now, as though sensing the presence of the sender lingering in the air. Cedric felt a chill creep along his spine. Someone had entered the flat. Someone skilled enough to leave no trace save the message and the faint echo of magic the wand detected. He forced himself to calm. He carried the note to his small bedroom and shut the door. The room was cluttered with his school things, a trunk half-packed, a stack of books bound neatly with twine, and a new set of robes folded upon the chair. These familiar sights steadied him. They belonged to normal life, to the eager anticipation every first year felt. He wished he shared it. Cedric sat on the edge of his bed, letting the wand rest across his knees. Its pale grain flickered with a soft pulse, like moonlight trapped beneath bark. "What do you want from me?" he whispered. The wand did not answer, but the air around it hummed, gentle yet insistent, as though recognizing his voice. Cedric closed his eyes and breathed slowly, letting the tension ebb from his shoulders. He was not brave, not in the way heroes of stories were. He was thoughtful, quiet, careful. He did not run toward danger, yet danger had found him all the same. He opened his eyes and studied the wand. For the briefest moment, he thought he saw something within the wood shift, like a spark of living light, before it faded again. He lay back on the mattress, the wand set lightly on the pillow beside him. Sleep came fitfully. Dreams flickered and broke around him, each more unsettling than the last. Shelves collapsing in Ollivander's shop, a circle marked with a jagged line, a cloaked figure standing at the foot of his bed. He woke before dawn, heart pounding. The room was still, but the wand glowed faintly once more. Cedric rose quietly, dressed, and packed the last of his belongings. He tucked the rowan wand into its temporary box, though it resisted with a faint tremor, and slid it carefully into his trunk. In the sitting room, his mother stirred awake. "Cedric, you're up early." He forced a smile. "Couldn't sleep. Big day." She rose to hug him, and he held her tighter than he meant to. When his father joined them, the three shared a warm breakfast, though Cedric barely tasted it. His thoughts twisted like tangled vines: fear, curiosity, uncertainty, and something else beneath it all. A quiet resolve he had never felt before. When they stepped outside and walked toward the place where the flu network would take them to King's Cross, the street was bright with morning. Yet Cedric sensed an unseen thread pulling taut behind him, binding him to the night's events. At the station, the bustle of families, owls, and excited students filled the air. Parents fussed, trunks clattered, and cats slinked between legs. Cedric spotted the scarlet train waiting proudly at the platform. For a moment, his fear loosened its grip. His mother kissed his cheek. His father clasped his shoulder. "You'll do brilliantly," he said, smiling. "Trust yourself." Cedric nodded. He wanted to. As he boarded the train, he glanced over his shoulder, and his heart jolted. Far beyond the crowd, near a pillar shrouded in morning mist, a cloaked figure stood perfectly still, watching him with unblinking intent. Cedric recognized the silhouette, though he had seen it only briefly before. The same silent watcher perched upon the chimney the night prior. Their gaze lingered as the train whistle blew. The wand in Cedric's trunk throbbed once, sharply, and Cedric knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the figure was not waiting for the train to depart. They were waiting for him. The train lurched forward with a hiss of steam, and Cedric pressed his palm to the window, watching the platform drift away. His parents faded from view, waving until the red haze of the engine swallowed them. Yet Cedric's eyes were fixed not on their familiar faces, but on the cloaked figure who stood unmoved among the thinning crowd. The figure did not step forward, did not attempt to board. Instead, their hooded head tilted ever so slightly, as though acknowledging Cedric alone before the swirling vapors obscured them from sight. Cedric sank back in his seat, heart thundering beneath his robes. The wand, boxed and locked inside his trunk, vibrated like a heartbeat echoing against his ribs. The door to his compartment slid open, startling him. A round-faced boy with sandy hair peeked inside. Mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full." Cedric nodded quickly. "Of course." The boy shuffled in, dragging his trunk behind him. "Name's Colin Rookwell. First year." "Cedric Polloway," Cedric replied. Colin grinned broadly. He seemed harmless, cheerful, perhaps even talkative, but Cedric welcomed the company. It anchored him to something steady, something normal. The train rattled over its first long stretch of track, and distant hills rolled by in gentle waves. "So," Colin said, plopping onto the seat opposite, "are you excited? Nervous? Terrified? I'm all three, honestly." Cedric managed a small smile. "Mostly nervous." "Me too." Colin lowered his voice. "I heard the Sorting Hat can see all your thoughts, even the embarrassing ones." Cedric laughed softly despite himself. The tension eased from his shoulders just a fraction. They spoke of houses, classes, Quidditch rumors, ordinary first-year talk. Yet even while pretending to listen, Cedric felt the faint, persistent hum emanating from his trunk. The wand was restless again. About an hour into the journey, the train swayed sharply. The lanterns flickered. Cedric glanced up, uneasy. The sky outside had grown strangely dim, clouds gathering in thick clusters that raced far too swiftly across the horizon. Another jolt shuddered through the carriages. Colin gripped the seat. Was that normal? Before Cedric could answer, a soft, wavering whistle drifted along the corridor, like a draft slipping through a half-opened door. The lights flickered once more. The entire train rustled with whispers of unease. Cedric's wand pulsed inside the trunk. He stood abruptly. I need to check something. Colin blinked. What? Why? I just forgot something, Cedric said, which was not entirely untrue. He had left courage somewhere, perhaps on the platform, and needed desperately to find it. He stepped into the corridor. Students leaned out of compartments, murmuring in confusion. A prefect strode past, attempting calm he did not quite possess. Cedric moved toward his trunk, which sat at the far end of the carriage among a clutter of others. As he reached it, the lights overhead dimmed to a sickly gray. Cedric glanced out the window. The countryside had vanished behind a swirling mist. Then the corridor darkened further, not with cloud or shadow, but with something moving. At first, Cedric thought it smoke. A thin, curling tendril of darkness seeped beneath the door at the carriage's end, drifting like a living stream. Students gasped and shrank back. Cedric felt cold lance through his chest. The wand thrashed inside the trunk. The darkness coiled upon itself, shivering, forming the faint outline of a sigil, a jagged line cutting through a lopsided circle. Cedric recognized it instantly, the mark from the note. A whisper slithered across the corridor, chilling the air. Return it. Cedric took a staggering step back. The trunk rattled violently. The box within glowed through the seams, white against the trembling wood. The darkness surged forward. Cedric grabbed the trunk latch. Colin shouted somewhere behind him. The sigil flared, hissing. Cedric's palm scraped the metal latch, and the trunk burst open with a thunderous crack. The wand soared upward in a streak of pale fire. The shadow lunged. The wand met it mid-air. A brilliant flash filled the corridor, blinding and pure. Students cried out, shielding their eyes. Cedric's breath was stolen from him as the light carved through the darkness, cutting it cleanly apart. The sigil writhed, trembled, and dissolved into a thin wisp of smoke that vanished with a faint, defeated hiss. Silence crashed down. Cedric dropped to his knees, gasping. The wand floated gently downward, glowing softly, humming with a calmer rhythm now, as though relieved. A prefect hurried toward him, wide-eyed. What on earth happened here? Cedric scrambled for an answer, but Colin stepped forward. Something came into the train. It was like mist, but it wasn't a Dementor. Cedric's wand, it saved us. Cedric blinked at Colin, startled by his defense. The prefect frowned. First years don't normally have wands strong enough to cast anything by accident, let alone whatever that was. Cedric shook his head. I didn't cast anything. I didn't even touch it. The wand moved on its own. The prefect stared at the wand uneasily. Keep it close, Polloway. I'll inform the conductor. Stay in your compartment and don't wander. Cedric nodded faintly. When they returned to their seats, Colin leaned in, whispering, Cedric, what was that thing? Cedric hesitated only a heartbeat. He could not burden a new friend with the whole truth, but neither could he lie entirely. "I think someone is trying to take this wand," he said quietly. "And they're not going to stop." Colin stared at him, pale as parchment. "But we're on the train to Hogwarts. We should be safe." Cedric looked down at the wand resting in his trembling hands. Its glow had faded to a steady pulse. "No," he murmured. "Not yet." The train pushed on through the mist, steam billowing behind it like a drifting shroud. Ahead lay Hogwarts, its protective walls, its ancient halls. But Cedric knew the moment the sigil appeared that the trouble following him was older than he had imagined. And however far the train carried him, the one who claimed the wand as theirs would not be far behind. The mist thinned as the train pressed onward, giving way to rolling meadows and distant, jagged hills touched with the colors of late afternoon. Yet Cedric could not shake the echo of the shadowy sigil or the chilling whisper that had filled the corridor. Even now, the memory clung to him like frost, refusing to melt. Colin sat opposite him, restless, glancing at the wand each time it gave the faintest pulse of light. "Do you think it will happen again?" Cedric didn't answer at once. The wand rested across his knees, quiet for the moment, but he could feel an undercurrent of magic within it, coiled, alert, like a creature waiting for the next strike. "I don't know," he said at last. But whatever came onto the train wasn't here by accident. It was looking for something, or someone. Colin swallowed hard. The wand. Cedric nodded. The train rattled as it curved around a wide bend. Shadows danced across the compartment walls, and Cedric's fingers tightened around the wand. He feared setting it aside. He feared holding it. He feared what all of this meant. "I think," Colin whispered, "you should tell a professor as soon as we reach Hogwarts." Cedric knew that would be the sensible choice, yet he remembered Ollivander's grave expression, the way the wand had rejected the wandmaker's touch. Whatever mystery bound the wand to Cedric seemed unwilling to part with him. More troubling still, Cedric suspected that the stranger pursuing it might already know he was heading toward the castle. "I'll speak to someone," Cedric said, though uncertainty shadowed his voice. Colin nodded, then leaned his head against the window, lost in his own troubled thoughts. Cedric's gaze turned to the countryside rushing by. The sky glowed gold near the horizon, streaked with violet and rose. In any other moment it might have filled him with wonder. Instead, he felt the hours narrowing like a doorway closing behind him. The evening deepened. Students changed into robes. Laughter and excited chatter filled the compartments. But Cedric remained quiet, listening for anything beyond the familiar sounds of the journey. Twice he thought he heard whispers slithering through the corridor, only to find nothing beyond the shifting shadows of passing trees. When the conductor's voice finally rang out, "Prepare to disembark at Hogsmeade Station," the relief in the train was palpable. Cedric rose with the others, tucking the Rowan wand carefully into his inner robe pocket. The wand gave a faint, reassuring warmth, as though steadying him for what lay ahead. Night had fallen when the train slowed to a halt beside the wooden platform. Lights glowed like lantern stars scattered among the waiting carriages. Cedric and Colin stepped out into the cool air, where the scent of pine and distant lake water wrapped around them. The mist that clung to the station was soft and natural now, not the strange, creeping shadow from before. "Hogwarts, first year's this way," a booming voice called. Cedric turned to see the familiar shape of a giant man waving an enormous lantern. Cedric felt a surge of comfort at the sight. This was the gentle half-giant he'd heard whispers of, a keeper of grounds and creatures, and one who radiated a warmth that eased the tension inside him. He and Colin followed the crowd of first years down the sloping path toward the Black Lake. Boats bobbed near the shore, each lantern flickering like a guiding flame. Cedric stepped into a boat with Colin and 2 others. The vessel rocked gently, settling beneath them. The journey across the lake should have been a moment of awe, and it was, for the castle rose upon its cliffs like a fortress of stars, every window glowing with golden light. Cedric's breath caught at the sight, yet even in his wonder, the wand pulsed faintly against his chest, reminding him that danger had shadowed his steps long before the silhouette of Hogwarts ever appeared. Colin whispered, "It's beautiful." Cedric nodded, unable to speak. Halfway across the lake, the surface rippled. Cedric stiffened. The wand warmed sharply. The other students gasped as a sudden burst of bubbles rose beside the boats, large, as though something enormous swam below. "Merfolk?" Colin whispered hopefully. Cedric suspected otherwise, but the bubbles burst harmlessly, and after a tense heartbeat, the lake stilled again. Cedric's grip eased by only a fraction. Once ashore, the first years ascended the long stone steps toward the castle's towering entrance. As they passed through the great doors, Cedric felt a strange shift in the air, a quiet hum of ancient protection settling over him. Hogwarts was a place of old magic, fierce and watchful. Perhaps he hoped it would shield him from the shadow that hunted his wand. Inside the castle's entrance hall, the first years gathered in a broad chamber lit by flickering torches. The air smelled faintly of old stone and oak polish. Cedric eased closer to Colin, though his attention flicked constantly toward every distant sound. He did not notice the tall, dark-haired boy watching him from across the chamber until their eyes met. The boy's gaze lingered on Cedric's chest, on the faint outline of the wand beneath his robes. Cedric felt a tremor run down his spine. Something about the boy's stare was unsettlingly precise, as if he could sense the wand's unusual magic without seeing it. A prefect stepped between them to gather the students, and the dark-haired boy turned away. But Cedric could not shake the cold certainty that the stranger had been examining him. The students were led toward the chamber where the sorting would soon take place. Voices echoed. Excitement simmered. Yet Cedric felt the tension within the wand sharpen, as though warning him. The dark-haired boy drifted to the back of the group, slipping into step only 2 paces behind Cedric. Colin leaned close. "He's staring at you again." Cedric swallowed. "I know." The torches flickered as they approached the great doors. Hogwarts welcomed them with warmth, light, and ancient grandeur, but Cedric felt the truth settle heavily upon him. Whatever force pursued the Rowan wand had already entered the castle, and somewhere behind him, cloaked by the laughter and chatter of first years, walked someone who might not be a stranger at all. The great doors of the castle swung open with a deep, echoing groan, and the first years stepped into the vast hall beyond. Cedric's breath caught. The ceiling shimmered like a night sky conjured from pure enchantment, stars drifting across its velvet canvas, moonlight glimmering softly over long wooden tables. Golden plates gleamed beneath floating candles that swayed like gentle spirits above the students' heads. The sight should have filled Cedric with awe, yet his attention flickered constantly toward the dark-haired boy lingering behind him. The youth's expression was unreadable, cool, and intent, as though he walked with purpose deeper than excitement over school beginnings. A sharp whisper of reassurance stirred within Cedric's robes. The wand's faint glow pulsed once, warm and protective, but it did little to ease his unease. They halted before the staff dais, where a tall, stern-looking witch addressed them with calm authority. Cedric barely heard her welcoming words, his heartbeat thrumming loud enough to drown the rest. The dark-haired boy stood too close for comfort now, his eyes fixed on Cedric's shoulder with quiet, assessing scrutiny. When the sorting hat was brought forward, Cedric felt a ripple of tension run along his spine. One by one, names were called. Students stepped forward, trembling or eager or both, and the hat assigned each to their destined house. Cheers rose from the tables. Excitement filled the vast hall. But Cedric barely noticed any of it. Colin was sorted before him. The hat had barely touched the boy's head before shouting its decision, and Colin shot Cedric a bright, reassuring grin as he hurried to his new table. Cedric tried to return the smile, but the gesture faltered. Then his name rang out. The whole hall turned toward him. Cedric swallowed, stepping forward, the wand pressed warm against his ribs. As he approached the stool, he felt eyes burning into him from behind, the dark-haired boy watching with unnatural stillness. The hat slipped over Cedric's head, its heavy brim falling past his brows. "Ah," a voice murmured in his ear, a quiet mind yet not timid, cautious, thoughtful, with a flicker of something deeper, something old perhaps. "There is potential in you, yes." Cedric's hands clenched the stool. "But there is also a shadow clinging near, a troubling presence. Not yours, no. Something seeking you, or rather, seeking what you carry." Cedric's breath caught. "Curious," the hat whispered, "and dangerous." He wished he could explain everything, but the hat already seemed to know. "Still, you are steady of heart. Steadiness is your anchor when storms rise. Best not to toss you where the winds blow harshest." A pause. "You will find your strength where loyalty roots deep." Then it called its choice. Applause erupted. Cedric rose, staggered slightly, and made his way to his house table. Colin waved excitedly. Cedric forced a smile, though dread coiled tight within him, because as he slipped into his seat, the dark-haired boy stepped forward for his own sorting. The hat had barely touched him before shouting its decision with startling speed. The boy strode to his house table without hesitation, yet his eyes sought Cedric's at once, sharp, calculating, as though Cedric had already revealed more than he intended. The feast began in a burst of magic. Trays filled themselves, goblets gleamed, and delighted chatter filled the hall. Cedric nibbled at his food but tasted none of it. The wand in his robe gave occasional tremors, faint sparks that prickled his skin. At last, the feast ended, and prefects gathered the new students to lead them to their dormitories. Cedric rose quickly, eager for the safety of enclosed walls. Yet when he joined the line, the dark-haired boy slipped neatly into step behind him, silent as a shadow. Colin whispered at his side. "He's following us." "I know," Cedric murmured. The prefect led them through halls of shifting staircases and whispering portraits. Their footsteps echoed in the ancient stone passages. Cedric tried to focus on the wonder of it all, but the cold prickle between his shoulder blades never left. When they reached a narrow passageway near their dorm entrance, the prefect paused to address the group. Cedric stood near the back, his attention fixed entirely on the dark-haired boy. The boy's gaze flicked to Cedric's robes, more precisely, to the place where the wand lay hidden. Then he leaned closer. "You felt it too, didn't you?" he whispered, voice low enough that only Cedric could hear. Cedric stiffened. "I don't know what you mean." The boy's lips curved, not quite a smile. "The shadow on the train. The mist. The sigil. You saw it." Cedric's breath halted. "How did you—" But the boy continued softly. "You carry something that does not belong to you. Cedric took a step back. The wand quivered like a warning tremor. "I didn't choose it," Cedric said. "It chose me by accident." "No wand chooses by accident," the boy replied. His eyes gleamed with something sharp, something understanding. But this one did something rare. It called. Cedric felt the truth of those words settle like a stone inside him. The prefect resumed speaking, and the line began to move again. Before Cedric could demand an explanation, the boy drifted away into the throng of first years, vanishing around the corridor's bend. Cedric followed the others toward the dormitories, but his mind burned with questions. How had the boy known about the sigil? Why had he said the wand was calling? And why had he looked at Cedric not with curiosity, but with recognition? When they reached the dormitory, Cedric found his bed, set his trunk at its foot, and let himself fall heavily onto the blankets. Colin settled into the bed beside his, already half asleep, though worry lingered faintly in his expression. Cedric waited until the other boys drifted into slumber before pulling the wand from his robes. Its pale wood shimmered faintly beneath the moonlight spilling through the window. "You know something," Cedric whispered, though he wasn't sure if he meant the wand or himself. The wand pulsed, 3 slow, steady beats, like the echo of a heartbeat not entirely his own. Cedric lay back on the pillow, eyes open to the shadows shifting across the dorm ceiling. Someone at Hogwarts knew the truth behind the wand. Someone had been waiting for it. And Cedric could not shake the dreadful certainty that the dark-haired boy was only the first to reveal himself. For beyond the window, deep in the forest that stretched beyond the castle grounds, a distant shimmer of magic rippled like a silent signal, unseen by all, save for the wand resting beside Cedric's hand. A warning, a whisper, a calling. Dawn spilled gently over the castle towers, brushing ancient stone with hues of gold and rose. Cedric had not slept more than a few scattered moments. Shadows under his eyes proved the sleepless night, but it was the wand on his bedside table, still now, but humming faintly with an inner glow that kept his thoughts knotted and restless. Colin stirred first, stretching with a tired groan. "Morning," he mumbled, rubbing his eyes. "You look like you fought a dragon in your sleep." Cedric forced a weak smile. "Didn't sleep much." "No surprise," Colin said, pulling on his robes. "Yesterday was, well, a lot." He hesitated. "Do you think it's really over? The shadow on the train and everything?" Cedric wished he could say yes. Instead, he shrugged lightly. "Let's hope so." But even as he spoke, the wand pulsed once on the table, soft, steady, like a heartbeat answering a distant call. After dressing and gathering their books, the first years were led through winding corridors toward their morning lessons. Cedric clutched his bag close, the wand tucked securely within. The dark-haired boy was nowhere in sight, but Cedric felt his presence all the same, like a chill wind passing through a closed window. Their first class was Charms, held in a tall, airy room with arched windows that spilled warm sunlight across rows of desks. Students chatted in nervous excitement, some practicing wand movements in the air with imaginary wands. Cedric tried to focus on the instructions, yet every time he reached to draw his wand, it resisted leaving his pocket. Not forcefully, but with a strange, gentle insistence, as though urging patience, waiting, watching. A small shiver climbed Cedric's spine. When the professor finally instructed them to attempt their first simple charm, Cedric hesitated before slowly drawing the Rowan wand. It gleamed faintly as it emerged, casting a soft white glow on the desk. Colin, seated beside him, gasped quietly. "Cedric, it's glowing again." Cedric nodded. "It reacts like this on its own. I don't know why." The professor, a stern but encouraging witch, began walking the aisles, checking stances, correcting grip, offering guidance. Cedric tried a flick of the wand just as instructed, and felt a surge of warmth shoot through his arm. Too much warmth, like fire beneath his skin. A small crackle of light sparked from the wand's tip and danced across Cedric's desk before fading. Not dangerous, not out of control, but unnatural. The professor paused beside him. "Rowan Wood," she murmured, studying the wand. "Rare to see one so young bonded with such a wand. Rowan protects best against dark magic. A noble choice." Cedric forced a nod, though the wand trembled faintly in his grasp. The lesson continued without incident, though Cedric barely absorbed the teachings. His mind spiraled with questions the wand refused to answer. When class ended, students poured into the corridor in a loud stream. Cedric and Colin walked together, but Cedric's attention flicked constantly from shadow to shadow. The dark-haired boy had not reappeared, yet Cedric felt watched all the same. Their next class, herbology, led them across the grounds toward the greenhouses. Sunlight danced on the dew-covered grass. Birds flitted through the air. It was peaceful, almost enough to loosen the tension coiled inside Cedric. Then the wand burned, not painfully, not violently, but suddenly, like a spark of awareness. Cedric froze mid-step. Colin looked back. "What's wrong?" Cedric swallowed. "Something's close." Before Colin could reply, a whisper of wind stirred the leaves near the greenhouse, though the air had been still a moment before. Cedric's wand vibrated within his pocket, urging him toward the far side of the structure. Colin grabbed his sleeve. "Cedric, we're going to be late." But Cedric barely heard him. Something tugged at him, an invisible thread pulling his attention toward the narrow alley between the greenhouse walls. He stepped closer. A flicker of movement flashed at the corner of his eye. Cedric's breath hitched. Someone was there, hidden behind the angled glass panes, watching him through faint reflections. The dark-haired boy. Cedric took a step back. The boy raised a hand, not in threat, but in silent beckoning. Then he slipped deeper between the greenhouses, disappearing behind a wall of ivy. Colin whispered, "Don't go. Cedric, don't." Cedric hesitated only a moment. The wand throbbed again, urging him forward. "I have to." He followed the narrow path between the two greenhouses, the world dimming slightly as the tall glass walls rose on either side. The air grew cooler. The hum of student chatter faded behind layers of creeping vines. At last, Cedric reached a quiet corner where the greenhouses met at an angle. The dark-haired boy stood waiting. His expression was no longer unreadable. It brimmed with wary intent. "You felt it," he said softly, as though continuing a conversation left unfinished. "The wand reacts to them every time they draw near." Cedric clenched the wand tightly. "Who is they?" The boy shook his head. "We don't have time for long explanations. All you need to know is that someone has been searching for that wand since long before you touched it. And if they realize it bonded with you, they won't stop." Cedric stepped back. "How do you know about the wand? About the shadow on the train?" The boy hesitated, torn between truth and caution. "Because I grew up hearing stories about that wand. It vanished years ago. My family believed it was destroyed, but clearly it wasn't." Cedric's pulse hammered. Why were they interested in it? "Because that wand," the boy whispered, "was crafted for someone powerful, someone dangerous. It was meant to bind their magic, to amplify it in ways no wand should. They tried to break the bond, but the attempt twisted its allegiance. When it vanished, They searched everywhere to reclaim it. Cedric's mouth went dry. Who? Before the boy could answer, a sudden gust of cold wind erupted between the greenhouses, sending a scatter of leaves swirling violently around them. Cedric's wand flared white-hot, illuminating the narrow path. The boy's eyes widened. They're here. Cedric turned. A shadow seeped out from beneath the greenhouse door, crawling across the stone like living smoke. It twisted, forming the jagged circle and line sigil. Cedric's blood froze. The boy grabbed his arm. Run! But the shadow lunged. Cedric raised the rowan wand. A burst of brilliant light erupted forth, brighter, fiercer than any spark the wand had cast before, striking the advancing darkness and tearing it apart in a crackling burst. The sigil shattered. Silence followed, heavy and breathless. Cedric staggered, heart pounding unsteadily. The boy stared at him with astonishment, fear mixed with something like respect. That wand, he whispered. It wasn't supposed to answer to anyone. Cedric lowered the rowan wand, still glowing fiercely in his trembling hand. I didn't choose it, he said, but it chose me, even if it wasn't meant to. The boy's face hardened. Then we're both in danger now. Cedric swallowed. Tell me your name. For a moment, the boy hesitated, then nodded. My name is Aster Vale, he said quietly. And if you want to survive what's coming, you'll need to know everything my family tried to bury. Cedric tightened his grip on the wand. Then tell me, he whispered. Aster glanced at the shattered remnants of shadow dissolving into the earth. I will, he said, but not here. For somewhere beyond the castle walls, the air rippled again, another pulse of dark magic signaling that the hunt for the wand had only just begun. Cedric and Aster hurried from the narrow passage between the greenhouses, slipping back into the gathering of students before anyone noticed their absence. The air carried the crisp scent of morning earth, but Cedric could still feel the chill of the shadow that had crawled toward them. It clung to his skin like a memory refusing to fade. Aster kept pace beside him, posture straight, expression composed. A mask that revealed nothing of the fear Cedric had seen moments earlier. Yet his gaze flicked constantly toward Cedric's robes, as though the wand's presence tugged at unseen threads. They reached a quiet corner near the courtyard, where sunlight spilled like warm honey across the stones. Here, among murmuring leaves and distant chatter of students, Cedric finally spoke. You said your family knew about this wand. Why? What makes it so different? Aster exhaled slowly, considering. The wand was crafted more than a decade ago, he began. Not by Ollivander, though he was asked to assist. A group of charm weavers, my family among them, worked to create a wand that could amplify magical affinity beyond natural limits. It was meant to bind with a prodigy. Cedric frowned. Who? Aster hesitated. My older brother. Cedric's breath caught. He was gifted, Aster continued, voice softer now. Brilliant, but the magic was too volatile. The wand reacted to him with a force none expected. It didn't merely choose him. It consumed him. The connection twisted, became unstable. A spell backlash nearly shattered him. My family hid what happened. The wand vanished during the chaos, and everyone believed it destroyed. But it wasn't, Cedric whispered. It ended up on Ollivander's shelf. Aster nodded grimly. And now it's bound to you. Cedric glanced down at his robe, feeling the wand pulse faintly through the fabric. I didn't want this. No one ever does, Aster replied. But the wand made a choice. An imperfect one, perhaps, yet a choice nonetheless. Cedric swallowed. And the shadow that keeps chasing it? Aster's jaw tightened. One of the original charm weavers didn't disappear. He continued his work in secret. He wants the wand's power completed and perfected. To him, the wand belongs to his craft, and to the one he chooses to wield it. Anyone standing in his way is merely an inconvenience. Cedric felt cold to his bones. So he's here? At Hogwarts? No, Aster said quickly. But his magic can reach farther than you think. And if the wand continues answering your magic, his attention will only grow sharper. A gust of wind passed through the courtyard, stirring Aster's cloak. Cedric could not tell whether the chill came from the breeze or the weight of the truth settling over him. Aster lowered his voice. I approached you last night because I recognized the wand's call. My brother, before he fell, spoke of the way it resonated. I heard the same hum when you stepped into the hall. Cedric's chest tightened. Your brother? Is he alive? Aster looked away. Alive, yes. Whole. No, his magic fractured. He cannot cast without risk. My family guards him closely. He remembers the wand, but not what it did to him. Cedric felt a pang of sympathy. I'm sorry. Aster's eyes softened a fraction. I didn't tell you this for pity. You deserve the truth, and you deserve a chance to defend yourself. Before Cedric could reply, the bell for the next class tolled loudly across the grounds. Aster stepped back. We shouldn't be seen together for now. It may draw attention you don't want. Cedric nodded reluctantly. The two parted ways, though Cedric felt as though an invisible thread stretched between them still, humming faintly with the same resonance as the wand. He returned to herbology barely in time for roll call. Colin shot him a mix of relief and frustration. Where did you go? Colin whispered. I kept losing you in the crowd. Sorry, Cedric said, settling at a potting bench. I got distracted. Colin eyed him skeptically, but said no more. The professor began the lesson, discussing the properties of shrivel figs. Cedric tried to focus, but a restless energy thrummed through him, as though the wand's heartbeat matched his own. His thoughts swirled like storm clouds. If the wand was meant for Aster's brother, if the charm weaver who created it was searching still, if Cedric had been chosen only by accident, then what did the wand truly want from him? The lesson passed slowly, each motion of pruning and trimming feeling distant and dull. Cedric's mind lingered on Aster's quiet, resolute voice, the shadows writhing beneath the greenhouse door, and the force that had erupted from the wand when he defended them. After class, Colin tugged his sleeve. Come on, we have a free hour before Transfiguration. Let's go to the courtyard. Cedric followed, though unease prickled beneath his skin. When they arrived, students lounged on stone benches or beneath arching trees. Laughter filled the air. Birds sang above, and the world seemed deceptively peaceful. Cedric sat beneath a lone willow, letting its trailing branches form a curtain of shade. The wand throbbed gently in its sheath, neither troubled nor calm, merely present. Colin leaned against the trunk beside him. You've been tense since the train. More than tense. Are you sure nothing happened after that shadow thing? Cedric opened his mouth, then closed it again. Colin was his friend, quickly becoming his closest one, but the truth felt heavy, tangled in threads too dark to share freely. Before Cedric could decide what to say, a strange sensation passed over him, like a cold fingertip tracing the back of his neck. The wand flared. A whisper slithered through the air. No sound accompanied it, yet Cedric felt it as clearly as if spoken aloud. Found you. Cedric's breath seized. The willow branches shivered though no wind touched them. Shadows coiled beneath the archway to his left. thin at first, then swirling together like smoke pulled by an unseen breath. Cedric rose to his feet. Colin stepped back, alarmed. "Cedric! What?" The shadow rippled, and from its depths, a shape began to form. Not a full figure, only a suggestion of one. This was no mere echo of magic. This was no mere echo of magic. This was the charm weaver's projection, a ghost of his will stretching across distance to reach the wand. "Run," Cedric whispered, but the shadow lunged first. Colin shouted. Cedric raised his wand, not with grace or practice, but pure instinct, and the rowan wood erupted in a blaze of white fire. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the shadow struck the light and recoiled, hissing like metal plunged into frost. Students screamed. The silhouette twisted violently, its edges tearing apart beneath the wand's brilliance. With a final furious shriek, the projection shattered, scattering into dust that vanished on the breeze. Silence fell. Cedric stood shaking, the wand blazing in his hand. Dozens of eyes stared at him, fearful, astonished, confused. Colin blinked, jaw slack. "Cedric, what did you just do?" The wand dimmed, but its pulse beat harder now, urgent, insistent. Cedric swallowed hard. "They've found me," he said softly, "and they're not going to stop." The courtyard buzzed with frightened whispers as the last speck of shadow dissolved into the sunlight. Students huddled beneath archways and trees, staring at Cedric as though he had stepped from a tale whispered only in fireside legends. But Cedric felt none of their awe, only the tremor in his hands, the throb of the wand still glowing faintly, and the leaden dread filling his chest. A professor hurried across the courtyard, robes billowing like storm clouds. Her sharp gaze swept the scene, pausing on Cedric and the wand in his grasp. What happened here? Colin opened his mouth, but Cedric spoke first. A creature, some kind of shadow, appeared. I tried to defend myself. The professor studied him closely. Shadow magic does not simply appear within Hogwarts walls. Cedric lowered his gaze. I don't know how it came through. A flicker of doubt crossed her features, but she summoned her composure. The headmaster will be informed. For now, all students are to return to their houses until further notice. Prefects, escort them. The courtyard erupted into uneasy movement. Cedric tucked the wand quickly into his robes, though he felt its warmth pulsing insistently, as though urging him not to let it go unheard. Colin remained at his side. "Cedric," he whispered, "this is getting worse." Cedric nodded grimly. "I know." They followed the prefects through the stone corridors. Torches flickered as though sensing unrest. Cedric felt every shadow stretch longer than it should have, every draft brushing his skin like a whispering omen. Back in their common room, students whispered in clusters, shooting nervous glances toward Cedric. He slipped away to a quieter corner, sinking into an armchair beside the tall window. Colin hovered nearby. "What are you gonna do?" Colin asked. Cedric pressed his palms together. "I need to find Aster. He said he'd explain everything, but not here." Colin frowned. "You trust him?" "No," Cedric admitted. "But he knows more than I do, and I don't have many choices." The rowan wand stirred faintly, like a pulse of agreement. Before Cedric could rise, the portrait door creaked open. Aster slipped through, his presence quiet and composed despite the murmuring room. His gaze found Cedric instantly. He strode over, stopping only when he reached the shadows cast by a tall bookshelf. "I felt it," Aster said without preamble. The projection nearly broke the castle wards. Cedric stared. How could he send something that strong from so far away? The charm weaver who created the wand, He is not an ordinary wizard, Aster said, and his connection to the wand was forged in deep, dangerous magic. Even fractured, it lingers. Cedric swallowed. He wants it back. Aster nodded once. And he will grow bolder with each attempt. Colin shifted uneasily beside them. Then what are we supposed to do? Cedric can't fight shadows forever. Aster hesitated, as though weighing a decision heavy with consequence. There is one place at Hogwarts where we can speak freely, a place even projections cannot reach. Cedric stood. Where? The Chamber of Echoes, Aster murmured. An ancient listening hall sealed for centuries. My family's records speak of it. It predates the founders. Their castle was built atop its bones. Colin blinked. That sounds dangerous. Only if we are careless, Aster said. He turned to Cedric. If you want to know why the wand chose you and what it seeks now, you must follow me. Cedric felt the weight of those words settle deep within him. His heart pounded, but he nodded. We go now, Aster said. They slipped from the common room unnoticed. Aster led them through a series of dim corridors, their footsteps echoing softly. Cedric felt the castle's ancient magic hum faintly beneath his shoes. The windows grew fewer. The staircases grew narrower. Dust thickened along the stones. They reached a dead-end hallway lined with faded tapestries. Aster stopped before one depicting a hooded figure raising a wand beneath a storm-filled sky. He brushed the tapestry aside, revealing a narrow stone door carved with spiraling runes. Colin's voice wavered. Is that safe? No, Aster said plainly, but necessary. He pressed his palm to the runes. They glowed briefly, then shifted. The stone door creaked open, exhaling a breath of cold air that smelled of forgotten time. A spiraling staircase descended into darkness. Cedric stepped forward before fear could root him. Aster followed. Colin swallowed hard and came last. As they descended, Cedric felt pressure settle around him. Thick, humming, ancient. The wand vibrated in his robe, responding to the presence of a magic older than anything he had ever encountered. At the base of the stairs lay a vast circular hall. Pillars rose like petrified trees, their surfaces carved with swirling patterns that glimmered faintly beneath the dim blue light. The Chamber of Echoes, Aster said quietly, where the magic of old remembers what living wizards forget. Cedric stepped forward. His footsteps sent ripples of sound through the chamber, though no surface reflected an echo. Then the wand burst into full brilliance. Light cascaded from it, illuminating the runes carved across the chamber floor. The spiraling patterns shifted, aligning themselves toward Cedric's position. Aster's eyes widened. It recognizes you. Cedric could barely breathe. What does that mean? He whispered. Aster approached slowly. The wand is responding to the chamber's ancient magic. It is showing us what it remembers. The runes pulsed. The air shimmered. Then a ghostly image appeared, a memory woven from light itself. Cedric saw a figure standing at a work table, carving intricate runes into a piece of pale wood. The charm weaver. His hands moved with fevered purpose. Another figure, a young wizard with Aster's eyes, watched with awe. Aster sucked in a sharp breath. My brother. The scene shifted. The wand was placed into the young wizard's hands. A surge of power erupted, too strong, too wild. The boy collapsed, screaming. The chamber shook with uncontrolled magic. The charm weaver stepped back, unmoved by the suffering before him. Cedric's heart hammered as the final image flickered into being. The charm weaver whispered over the wand, placing a sigil upon its core. A binding, a calling, a mark of ownership. Then the vision faded. Cedric staggered, the wand dimmed, humming low like a creature exhausted by the weight of its own memory. Aster's voice broke the silence. That mark he placed, it means the wand was never meant to choose freely. Its allegiance was forced, but you, somehow, you broke that command. Cedric blinked in shock. I didn't do anything. Aster shook his head. You did something no one else could. You made the wand disobey its creator. Cedric felt the weight of that truth settle like a stone in his chest. Colin whispered, So, the Charm Weaver isn't just angry the wand is gone. He wants to control its power. Aster stepped closer to Cedric, expression grave. And now, Cedric, he knows the wand listens to you. That is something he cannot allow. Cedric lifted the wand, its glow steadied, as though waiting for what came next. The chamber trembled faintly. Cedric looked to Aster. What do we do now? Aster's answer came without hesitation. Now, he said, we prepare for the Charm Weaver himself to come. The chamber's faint blue glow quivered like a living breath as Aster's words settled into the heavy silence. Cedric stood at the center of the runic circle, the wand warm in his palm, its glow pulsing in slow, steady waves, as if it sensed what Aster had declared. Prepare for the Charm Weaver himself. Cedric had imagined threats in vague shapes before, shadows slipping under train doors, faint whispers in the air, sigils crawling across stone. But now the danger wore a name, a past, a purpose, and it was coming toward him, drawn by a wand that had never meant to be his. Colin shifted uneasily beside the nearest pillar, eyes darting around the vast chamber. If this place shows memories, can it help us? Can it show where he is now? Aster shook his head. The Chamber of Echoes reveals only what is bound to its runes, ancient memories, fragments of truth imprinted by magic long forgotten. It cannot see the present. Cedric closed his fingers around the wand, feeling its faint tremble. Then what can it do? Aster stepped to the runic circle and knelt, tracing a spiraling inscription with care. It can give us understanding. The wand's memory is clearer here. If the Charm Weaver placed a binding command within it, we must undo that bond, or weaken it, before he reaches the castle. Cedric's breath caught. Undo the bond? But the wand reacted to me. Doesn't that mean it chose me? Aster hesitated, gaze softening. Yes, but the deeper binding, the one placed by its creator, still lingers. That is why the sigils appear, why the shadows follow you. Until that command is broken, the wand's allegiance can be twisted, redirected. Colin paled. Redirected? You mean taken? Aster nodded grimly. Against the wielder's will. A tight, cold knot formed in Cedric's chest. What do we do? He asked quietly. Aster rose. We begin a severance ritual. It is old magic, older than any spell taught at Hogwarts, but it must be done with absolute precision, and the wand must be willing. Cedric looked down at the wand. It pulsed once, steady, resolute. I think it is, he whispered. Aster motioned them closer. Cedric, stand at the circle's center. Colin, remain by the pillars. If the runes flare, alert me at once. Colin nodded quickly, though his voice trembled. Right. Yes. I'll watch everything. Cedric stepped into the center of the runic circle. The moment his foot touched the worn stone, the ancient markings rippled beneath him, glowing faintly in threads of blue and silver. Aster approached carefully, hands raised as though communing with distant forces. He began to speak, not in English, but in a low, lilting tongue that resonated through the chamber. The runes responded, glowing brighter, forming a spiraling pattern that encircled Cedric's feet. Cedric felt the wand grow warmer. It hummed, a clear, crystalline tone that vibrated in his bones. Aster's voice grew stronger, echoing from pillar to pillar. The runes flared. Cedric gasped. A force seized him, not painful but firm, as if unseen hands gripped his shoulders, steadying him. The wand lifted from his hand on its own, hovering before him in a blaze of pale light. Threads of shimmering magic unwound from its core, spiraling outward like strands of starlight. Aster's eyes widened. It's responding, more strongly than I expected. Colin edged closer to the pillar. Is that good or bad? Both, Aster muttered. Cedric, hold steady. The chamber is awakening old power. Cedric could barely breathe. The threads of light twisted and reformed, weaving images, visions flickering like reflections on rippling water. For a heartbeat, he saw the charm weaver's face again, sharp, raven-haired, consumed by purpose. Then, the image shattered. Another vision followed, a towering structure of black stone, lit by runes burning crimson. Cedric knew instinctively this was not Hogwarts, nor any place he had ever seen. Yet the wand remembered it. Aster muttered under his breath. These are fragments from the original bond. Keep your mind clear, Cedric. Cedric tried, but the images pressed harder. He saw a younger Aster's brother reaching for the wand, a blast of raw force, a scream cut short, cracks of magic splitting the air. Then, another memory surfaced. This one, new, a cloaked figure standing at the edge of a dark ravine, the wand in his hand raised toward the night sky. A whisper of words Cedric could not fully hear, but understood in the hollow of his chest. Return, reclaim, bind, the command. Cedric staggered. The wand flickered violently. The chamber shuddered. Aster's voice cut sharply through the rising hum. Cedric, focus on the wand. Break the command. Push it away. I don't know how. You do. Aster's voice rang like struck metal. It chose you. Answer it. Cedric forced his shaking hands forward. The wand hung before him, trembling like a trapped star. He reached toward it, not with fingers, but with intention, with will. Stop listening to him, Cedric whispered. The wand flickered. You don't belong to him. A crack of light burst from the wand's core. You chose me, Cedric said, louder now, voice echoing across the chamber. So listen to me! Break the command! The runes exploded with blue fire. Aster shielded his face. Colin stumbled behind the pillar, eyes wide. The wand shrieked, a high, keening sound that pierced the air. Light erupted around Cedric, swirling like a violent storm. The threads of binding magic snapped one by one, bursting like sparks cast from a shattered ember. Cedric cried out as a final shockwave surged through him, rippling across the chamber in a powerful wave. Silence followed. The light dimmed. The wand dropped gently into Cedric's hand, silent, warm, and steady. Aster slowly lowered his arm. Is it done? Cedric looked at the wand. It no longer glowed with the frantic pulse of fear or resistance. Instead, a faint, steady light shone from the grain, calm, resolute, utterly free. Yes, Cedric whispered. The command is gone. Aster exhaled, a sound of profound relief. Colin sagged against the pillar. But before Cedric could take a single breath of triumph, the chamber trembled again. This time, not from the ritual. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, different from the wand's magic. The runes on the walls flickered. The temperature dropped like a sudden plunge into icy water. Aster's face drained of color. No, this cannot be. Cedric's heart stalled. What is it? Aster's voice cracked, He felt it break. The chamber plunged into darkness. A whisper slithered through the void, cold and triumphant. At last, the wand is unbound, and now, I come for it myself. Darkness closed around them, thick, suffocating, alive. It pressed against Cedric's skin like cold breath, swallowing the chamber of echoes until not even the faint blue runes remained. Only the pulse of the wand in Cedric's hand offered a sliver of light, a trembling thread of hope in a sea of shadow. Beside him, Colin whispered, "Cedric, I can't see anything." "Stay close," Cedric murmured. His voice sounded small in the vast dark. Aster stepped forward, wand raised, though its tip cast no light. "The chamber hasn't failed," he said tightly. "It's reacting to him." The moment the binding shattered, he sensed it. The charm weaver is reaching for the wand directly, no longer through projections. Cedric's heart hammered. Can he enter Hogwarts? "Not with his body," Aster said, "but his magic, his will, can slip through cracks he once carved himself. We must prepare before he manifests fully." A deep, resonant sound rolled through the chamber, like a distant drumbeat echoing from beneath the earth. The stones vibrated. Dust sifted from unseen heights. Cedric tightened his grip on the wand. "What does he want now?" "The wand," Aster replied, eyes glinting faintly in the darkness. "And the one who broke its command." Cedric felt ice settle inside him. "Me." Aster did not deny it. The drumbeat came again, louder this time. A column of shadow rose from the floor, swirling, thickening, forming a shape neither solid nor ghost-like. A figure woven of darkness, shifting and collapsing upon itself, yet unmistakably humanoid. Colin stumbled backward until he pressed against the pillar. "Cedric, we shouldn't be here. We shouldn't." The shadow figure lifted its head. Two hollow, glowing slits fixed upon Cedric, burning with pale fire. A voice reverberated through the chamber, a voice scraped with age, ambition, and cold delight. "You severed my binding." Aster moved quickly, stepping between Cedric and the shadow. "You will not take the wand." The shadow laughed, a hollow, echoing sound that cracked the air. "Little Vale, you meddle again in craft beyond your reach. Your family's failures echo loudly." Aster stiffened but did not retreat. Cedric raised the Rowan wand, though it trembled in his grasp. "Leave us alone. You can't control it anymore." The figure drifted closer, dissolving and reforming like smoke given shape. "The wand is mine," it hissed. "I carved its core. I bound its purpose." "You, child, are nothing more than an unintended interruption." Cedric's fear evaporated beneath a rising flame of anger. "If the wand is free, that's because it chose to be. You can't force it anymore." The shadow's form flared, growing sharper. "Freedom is an illusion carved by the weak. The wand will return to me." Aster thrust his wand forward. "Cedric, behind me." "Colin, move toward the stairway. Now." Colin hesitated only a heartbeat before scrambling toward the steps, though he kept glancing back in horror. The shadow turned its burning gaze fully upon Aster. "You protect him? Foolish boy, you witnessed what this wand did to your brother. Would you truly risk the same fate?" Aster's jaw tightened. "My brother trusted you, and you destroyed him." The shadow crackled with a sound like snapping ice. Hawthorne Vale was too fragile. His mind splintered beneath the strain. "But you, Aster, you were always the stronger one. Had you accepted your place, you would have completed my work." "I refused because your work was a madness," Aster shouted. Cedric's heart twisted. Aster's brother, Hawthorne, had been promised greatness, only to be broken by the very magic he was meant to command. Cedric saw now the pain etched into every word Aster spoke. The shadow moved with inhuman speed, lunging forward. A hissing tendril of darkness shot toward Aster. Cedric acted before thought reached him. His wand blazed, releasing a burst of pale fire that collided with the shadow's attack, shattering it into writhing fragments. The chamber shook. The shadow recoiled, its form flickering. You wield it well, for one who was never meant to touch it. Cedric felt heat rush through the wand, strength, resolve, defiance. Maybe it chose wrong before, but now it chose me, and I won't let you take it. The shadow circled him like a serpent of smoke. You think yourself worthy? You, who trembles before your own power? You, whose magic barely stirs without the wand carrying you? Cedric raised his chin. The wand doesn't carry me. We stand together. Light burst from the wand, brilliant, fierce, a radiant wave that tore through the surrounding shadows. The figure roared, its form scattering into drifting fragments before pulling itself together again. Aster pulled Cedric back. Don't meet his strikes alone. The chamber amplifies ancient magic. Use the runes. Cedric looked down. The runic circle beneath him now glowed with renewed intensity. Each symbol pulsed in harmony with the wand, blue light aligning with pale white, forming a lattice of power beneath his feet. The shadow sensed it too. No, it hissed. The chamber obeys no child. But Cedric felt the magic beneath him stir, rising like a tide ready to answer a call. He lifted the wand. The runes flared in response. Aster shouted, "Cedric, direct it! Anchor the light through the chamber!" Cedric spread his stance. He pointed the wand downward, letting the magic flow, not out, but into the stones. A trembling rhythm rippled through the hall. The runes awoke. Light surged up the pillars like veins of fire. The chamber hummed with ancient force, echoing the heartbeat of the wand itself. The shadow figure staggered, its form distorting into jagged fragments. "What are you doing?" it snarled. Cedric focused, pouring every ounce of will into the wand. Ending this. The chamber erupted. A pillar of light shot upward from the center, engulfing the shadow. It writhed violently, limbs shattering like brittle glass. A scream ripped through the chamber, an unearthly sound that made the stones quake and the air warp. Aster shielded Colin with his body. Cedric stood within the heart of the light, the wand steady in his grasp, its glow unwavering. The shadow shrieked once more, a cry of fury, of loss, of thwarted ambition. Then it fractured. Pieces of darkness scattered like torn cloth, dissolving into shimmering dust that faded into the chamber walls. Silence fell like snow. The pillars dimmed. The runes quieted. Cedric sagged to his knees, breathing hard. The wand's light faded to a soft glow once more. Aster approached slowly, awe softening his expression. "Cedric, you just forced him back. Not destroyed him, he is too powerful for that, but banished his projection entirely." Cedric stared at the wand, trembling. "I didn't know I could do that." "The wand knew," Aster murmured. "It answered your will, not his." Colin hurried to Cedric's side. "Is it over? Really over?" Cedric swallowed. "No, not yet. He'll come again. Now that he knows the binding is broken," Aster finished. "He will come in person." The chamber shuddered faintly, as if acknowledging the truth. Cedric rose unsteadily, gripping the wand. "Then we'd better be ready." They climbed from the chamber of echoes in weary silence, each step heavy beneath the lingering tremors of the battle. Cedric felt as though the ancient stairway had doubled in length. Every stone pressed against his boots like a weight, trying to draw him back down into the darkness. The rowan wand lay warm in his grasp, its steady pulse like a heartbeat reminding him he was not entirely alone. When at last they reached the hidden door and slipped back into the narrow tapestry-lined corridor, the stillness of Hogwarts seemed unreal. Students' distant chatter drifted faintly through the walls, unaware that beneath their feet, a centuries-old chamber had awakened to witness the rising of a threat long thought forgotten. Colin exhaled shakily. I can't believe we're just walking through the castle after that, as if nothing happened. Appearances must hold, Aster murmured, brushing dust from his robes. If the professors sense such ancient magic stirring, they will close the lower chambers entirely, and we need access to them. Cedric paused, turning to face him. You said he'll come in person. How? If he couldn't enter Hogwarts before, what's changed? Aster looked grave. When you broke the binding, the wand became truly free. Its allegiance shifted completely to you, but the severing also broke the barriers that had tethered him from afar. The magic he once used to control the wand now acts as a beacon, and he will follow it. Cedric swallowed hard. So I've made it easier for him. No, Aster said firmly. You've made it possible to fight him. If the command remained, he could have taken the wand from you with a whisper. Now he must face you, and the castle's ancient protections. Colin wrung his hands. Protections or not, he sounded powerful beyond anything we've learned. What chance do we have? Aster hesitated. A slim one. Cedric breathed deeply. Then a slim chance is better than none. They moved through the corridor until the castle's bustle grew louder. Cedric slowed. If he's coming for the wand, I can't just wait for him to appear. We have to know where he's entering from, how he'll breach the castle. Aster nodded slowly. There is one place, a passage older than Hogwarts carved before the foundations took root. My family's notes spoke of it, but it has been sealed for centuries, hidden even from the founder's enchantments. Colin blinked. Where is it? Aster's gaze flicked to the window overlooking the grounds, where the forbidden forest swayed like a restless sea. Beneath the forest, an ancient crossing called the Hollow Path. Cedric felt the wand stir, the warmth in his palm sharpened, quickening, as though recognizing the name. Aster continued, Only those carrying magic bound to the old craft can sense the entrance. And now that you hold the wand's allegiance, Cedric, it will draw him and you toward it. Cedric closed his eyes. A deep, aching dread unfurled inside him. Then we must reach it first. Colin's voice pitched higher. We're going into the Forbidden Forest? At night? After facing a shadow specter that nearly tore the chamber apart? Cedric met his gaze. I won't ask you to follow if you don't want to. But I can't wait for him to attack within the castle. Aster placed a hand on Colin's shoulder. You should stay behind. This path was not meant for many feet. But Colin shook his head firmly. No, Cedric's my friend. You think I'll let him walk into the forest with only a wand that lights up like a lantern with a temper, and a boy who knows too much about dangerous things? I'm coming. Cedric managed a tired smile. Thank you, Colin. Aster exhaled, resigned. Then we must move quickly. The moon rises soon, and the hollow path responds to moonlight and wandlight together. They waited until nightfall, slipping through the castle like shadows themselves. Cedric's heart pounded with every turn, every silent step through quiet corridors where portraits dozed and torches burned low. Once outside, the cold air struck their faces like a warning, sharp and bracing. The forbidden forest loomed before them, vast and ancient, its trees towering like sentinels carved from midnight. Cedric's breath clouded in the air. Colin whispered, "I've heard stories. Creatures that whisper your deepest fears back at you. Roots that move when you're not looking." "Yes," Aster interrupted calmly. "Most of those stories are true. Stay close." Cedric felt the wand warm in his hand, guiding him. A pale shimmer glowed faintly along the forest floor, a thin path of silver light visible only to him. "This way," Cedric murmured. They followed the glowing thread deeper into the forest. Branches creaked overhead. The distant calls of unseen creatures echoed like ancient warnings. Cedric stepped carefully, though the wand's glow never wavered. Aster spoke quietly as they walked. The hollow path was once used to travel between realms of magic, craft beyond wand work. It allowed charm weavers to channel enchantments directly from the earth. But the passage was sealed when their craft grew too reckless. Cedric frowned. If it's sealed, how will the charm weaver reach it? His connection to the wand grants him a fracture in the seal, just wide enough for his presence to slip through. Not a body, but enough strength to break it fully if he arrives. Colin shivered. Then we really have to get there first. Moonlight filtered through the branches, scattering across moss and bramble. Cedric's wand brightened with each step. The path widened and led them into a small clearing surrounded by twisted roots that rose from the ground like petrified serpents. Cedric halted. At the center lay a circle of stone, half buried in earth and covered in ancient runes identical to those in the Chamber of Echoes. The carvings glowed faintly under the moonlight. Aster inhaled sharply. "We found it, the hollow path." Cedric stepped toward the circle, but the wand burned suddenly, a warning flare that made him falter. A cold wind swept the clearing. Colin's voice trembled. "Cedric, look." Across the clearing, the shadows thickened into a swirling mass, darker than night, rippling like a wounded storm. The air grew icy. Aster's face drained of color. He is already near. Cedric lifted the wand. Fear clawed at him, but the wand steadied his grip, glowing brighter than moonlight itself. The shadow twisted, folding into the shape of a tall figure, still not fully formed, still bound to the edge between presence and void. A voice slithered through the clearing, cold and triumphant. "You followed the call." Cedric's breath hitched. "You unlocked the path for me." Aster stepped forward. "Cedric, do not let him draw you in." But Cedric could not move. The shadow figure drifted closer, growing sharper with each step toward the ancient stone circle. "As the wand prepares to open the hollow path," the voice murmured, "so too do I prepare to reclaim what is mine." Cedric forced breath back into his lungs. "You won't." The shadow laughed. "Child, you broke my binding. Now I shall break you." The runes etched into the stone circle began to glow, brighter, sharper, responding not only to Cedric's wand, but to the dark presence entering the clearing. The hollow path was awakening, and with it, the charm weaver's arrival drew near. The runes carved into the stone circle flared to life, their pale light swelling into a forging glow that spilled across the forest floor. Cedric felt the air thicken, as though ancient magic stirred beneath the earth, rising from a long slumber. The forbidden forest seemed to hold its breath. Branches stilled, creatures quieted, even the night wind froze mid-whisper. The charm weaver's shadowed form stepped closer, wavering between solidity and smoke. Though his body had not fully crossed into their realm, the weight of his presence pressed against Cedric like an invisible hand gripping his chest. Aster grabbed Cedric's arm. Do not let him enter the circle. If he reaches the center, the hollow path will break open. Cedric swallowed hard. What happens if it opens? Aster's expression hardened, the truth too bleak to hide. He will cross into Hogwarts' realm in full strength, and no barrier within these grounds will stop him. Colin's breath hitched. Cedric, we have to stop him now. Cedric nodded. The Rowan wand pulsed fiercely in his hand, its warmth burning like a vow etched into the wood. The Charmweaver's voice slithered through the clearing again. You cannot close what I began. The path answers to the wand, and the wand answers to me. Cedric stepped forward, lifting the wand high. It doesn't answer you anymore. The Charmweaver's form twisted with a hiss. You think severing a single binding shattered my claim? Fool, I carved my command into the very root of its core. I shaped its destiny long before you ever touched it. Cedric forced his trembling hands to still. Maybe you shaped it, but you never understood it. The forest shuddered, the Charmweaver's hollow eyes fixed on him. Explain yourself, child. Cedric didn't answer with words. Instead, he spread his stance, drawing strength from the ground beneath him. The wand flared with luminous fire, clear, bright, unyielding. The Charmweaver recoiled ever so slightly at the brilliance. Cedric whispered, It chose me, accepted me, not because of your binding, but in spite of it. The shadow trembled, a ripple of rage twisting its form. Aster stepped beside Cedric, voice low. He's faltering. Keep pressing. Cedric raised the wand again, channeling the memory of the Chamber of Echoes. The moment the wand cast aside its old allegiance, the moment it recognized him. He felt that same harmony now, deep and resonant, like two heartbeats aligned. The wand's light surged. The runes mirrored its glow, flaring brighter beneath Cedric's feet. The circle's sigils groaned loudly, as though torn between ancient loyalties. Aster hissed, Careful, too much magic will open the path entirely. Cedric lowered his wand slightly, guiding the light with steadier will. His breath shook, but the wand steadied him, its warmth rising like a calming hand on his shoulder. The Charmweaver stepped closer still. His form sharpened for a moment, revealing glimpses of the man he once was. Tall, cloaked in dark weavings of rune-stitched linen, a face carved with ambition and hollow devotion. His voice deepened, no longer an echo, but something nearer flesh. You misunderstand your role. You were never meant to wield the wand. You were merely the thread that led me back to it. Cedric felt a surge of defiance burn through him. I'm no one's thread. He thrust the wand forward, but before the spell formed, Aster grabbed Cedric's wrist. No, Aster whispered urgently. If you attack him directly, you will give him anchor. He will lock onto the spell and pull himself through. Cedric's heart pounded. Then what do we do? Aster's gaze flicked to the runic circle. We must collapse the hollow path before he reaches full presence. Colin blinked. Collapse it? That thing looks older than the castle. Older than all of us, Aster said. Older than wandcraft itself. But the founders sealed many ancient passages to prevent catastrophe. We must restore that seal. Cedric felt dread coil deep inside. How? Aster hesitated. With the wand. The Charmweaver's laugh rumbled like distant thunder. Yes, use the wand. Pour its strength into the earth. Do as I once did. Perhaps you will break more than you intend. Aster ignored him. He turned to Cedric. You need to direct its magic not outward, but inward, into the circle. The runes will respond to the wand's core more than any spoken spell. Cedric's palms dampened. I've never done anything like that." "You have," Aster insisted. "In the chamber. Trust yourself and trust the wand." Cedric drew a deep breath. The wand warmed, as though sensing his resolve. He stepped fully into the circle. The runes responded instantly, brightening, shifting into new arrangements, spiraling toward the center like a blooming star. The charm weaver surged forward. His form darkened, sharpening into long, jagged limbs. "Do not dare!" he roared, the forest trembling beneath the force of his voice. "That passage is mine!" Colin shouted from behind a root-twisted trunk. "Cedric, he's coming through!" Aster pulled his wand, raising a shimmering shield of blue fire to slow the shadow's approach. The charm weaver struck it with a force that cracked the air, but the shield held, barely. Cedric raised the rowan wand high. A rushing sound filled the clearing, like wind spiraling through ancient halls. The runes beneath his feet vibrated, glowing in unison with the wand's brilliant core. Cedric whispered, "Close." The wand answered. A column of light burst downward, pouring from the wand into the stone circle like liquid starlight. The runes ignited, each symbol blazing with white fire. The ground trembled violently. The air rippled. The charm weaver screamed in fury. "No, you cannot." Aster's shield splintered and he stumbled back. The charm weaver lunged toward the center, but the runes surged upward, forming a barrier of pure, ancient magic. His shadow form struck it hard, warping and recoiling as cracks of light tore through him. Cedric felt the wand shaking in his grip, not from fear, but from power straining against the earth. He clenched his hand tighter. "Close," he repeated. The runes obeyed. The stone circle began to sink, slowly at first, then faster, as though the forest floor itself were swallowing the ancient passage. Roots twisted, tightening around the edges. The air grew heavy with the scent of old magic and dust. The charm weaver shrieked, not with pain, but with fury and desperation. "This is not the end, child. You cannot close what I carved. You cannot." His voice fractured as the runes flared one final time, sealing the stone circle in a burst of radiant fire. The shadow's form shattered into splinters of darkness that dissolved like smoke on the wind. Silence fell. Cedric's legs buckled, and he would have collapsed had Colin and Aster not rushed to catch him. The wand cooled in Cedric's hand, its light dimming to a faint, steady glow. Aster looked at the sealed earth, breathing hard. "You did it. The hollow path is closed. His entry point is gone." Colin let out a shaky laugh. "Cedric, you just defeated a charm weaver." Cedric shook his head weakly. "Not defeated, only stopped. For now." Aster nodded slowly. "He cannot reach Hogwarts now, but he will not abandon his pursuit. You shattered his work, disrupted his craft's last surviving legacy." Cedric looked down at the wand, the glow reflected in his tired eyes. "So he'll come another way." "Yes," Aster said softly, "but next time, he will not send shadows." Cedric steadied his breath. "Then we will be ready," he thought. But he did not say it aloud, for the forest already whispered too many truths into the night. Moonlight filtered through the trees as Cedric, Aster, and Colin made their way back toward the castle, their footsteps hushed against the forest floor. The night air felt strangely hollow, emptied of the presence that had loomed moments before. Yet none of them relaxed. Even with the hollow path sealed behind them, a trembling awareness filled Cedric's chest. The charm weaver's rage had not been extinguished, only delayed. Branches rustled overhead, creatures whispered within the thickets, but the forest felt subdued, as though the very roots sensed the clash of ancient magic and were now recovering from its aftermath. Colin exhaled shakily. I can't believe it. We sealed an ancient passage. We faced that. Cedric, you actually stood your ground against him. Cedric managed a faint smile, though his hand trembled around the wand. I didn't stand alone. Aster inclined his head. Nor will you. Whatever comes next, you need not carry it by yourself. Cedric nodded slowly. Yet deep inside, a quiet tremor stirred, realization threading itself into his thoughts. The charm weaver had crossed a threshold tonight, reaching farther than he ever should have been able. And though the hollow path was sealed, the man's will was relentless. Cedric knew, with bone-deep certainty, that their confrontation had not ended in the forest. His steps slowed as the tree line thinned, revealing the soft glow of Hogwarts through the branches. The castle stood tall and serene against the night sky, as though untouched by the turmoil unfolding beyond its walls. Aster paused beside Cedric, studying him with a steady gaze. He will try again. That much is certain, but you have severed his strongest anchor. Without the hollow path, his presence cannot reach the castle with such force. Cedric looked down at the wand in his hand. Its quiet glow emanated from the grain like residual moonlight, soft, calm, but still alive with purpose. He wants it back, Cedric murmured. He won't stop. No, Aster agreed, but this is no longer the wand he created. Tonight proved that. It answered to you alone. Cedric felt warmth blossom beneath his ribs, a reassurance, faint but firm. Then maybe I can face him. You already have, Aster said, and you prevailed. Colin shuffled forward, hugging his arms against the cold. If he comes back, we're telling a professor this time. A real one. One who knows how to handle dark charm weavers and ancient tunnels and shadows screaming in the forest. Aster nodded. Yes, you both should, but not yet. Colin blinked. What? Why not? Aster looked toward the castle. Because there is still magic at play they will not understand. If we reveal what happened now, Hogwarts will react in ways that may make things worse. Especially for Cedric. The wand's allegiance is too new, too volatile. Cedric frowned. You think they'd take it from me? They would try, Aster said solemnly, and the wand would resist. That resistance could cause more harm than the Charmweaver himself. Cedric glanced again at the wand, imagining it thrashing against a stranger's touch, erupting in uncontrolled bursts of light. The thought chilled him. So, we wait, Cedric murmured, but not idly. Aster's lips curved, not quite a smile, but a mark of confidence. No, we prepare, quietly. They stepped from the forest edge onto the sloping grass beneath Hogwarts' towering shadows. The castle's windows glowed warmly, casting long, golden streaks across the lawn. Cedric felt the pressure of safety settle around him as they approached, though it was safety laced with warning. Aster paused before they entered the courtyard archway. Cedric, listen carefully. The Charmweaver's magic is weakened, for now, but he is ancient in his craft and stubborn in purpose. He will seek another path to reach you. Cedric tightened his grip on the wand, and when he does, Aster placed a hand on his shoulder. When he does, you won't face him alone. You have allies, me, Colin, and I suspect, the wand itself. Cedric nodded slowly, feeling the weight of Aster's words settle into steadier ground inside him. Colin looked between them. But what do we do tomorrow? And the next day? Pretend nothing happened while waiting for him to appear again? Cedric drew a slow breath. We gather strength, learn, train. If he returns, we meet him prepared, not in fear, but in readiness. Aster's expression softened with approval. They slipped through a side door into the castle's quiet corridors. Lanterns flickered softly along the walls, and portraits dozed in silken frames. The hush of nighttime Hogwarts wrapped around them like a vast protective veil. When they reached the junction where their paths parted, Aster stopped again. "Cedric, one more thing." Cedric turned. Aster's gaze shifted to the wand. "There is reason it chose you. Not by accident, not by misplaced call. You broke a command forged by a master of the craft, but you also calmed a power that once destroyed another wielder." Cedric swallowed, the weight of that truth sinking deep. Aster continued, "That means you are suited for it in ways others were not. The wand has recognized something in you, something even you may not yet understand." Cedric felt his breath catch. "What does it recognize?" Aster shook his head. "I cannot say, but it is not a burden. It is a bond, one forged by choice, not by force." Colin nudged Cedric with a small, earnest smile. "Sounds like destiny to me." Cedric almost laughed, but the sound emerged as a weary exhale. "Destiny or not, it seems I'm not escaping this wand." "Nor it from you," Aster replied. They parted then, Aster vanishing down a dimly lit corridor toward his own house, Colin staying close beside Cedric as they ascended the stairs toward their dormitory. When Cedric finally lay in his bed, the dorm faintly lit by moonlight, he held the wand gently across his chest. The glow was soft now, barely more than a shimmer, but steady, secure. Cedric closed his eyes, exhaustion drawing him deeper. Yet before sleep claimed him, he felt a faint whisper pulse through the wand. No voice, no words, only an impression, a promise kept. And beneath it, something else, an echo Cedric could not decipher. Outside, the night deepened. Clouds veiled the moon. Across the distant hills, unseen by any within the castle, a dark shape moved through the fields, wandering, searching, relentless. Though the hollow path was sealed, though the chamber had rejected him, the charm weaver had not turned back. Cedric did not see him, did not hear him, did not yet feel the quiet vow carried on the cold wind. "The wand is mine. The bond will break, and the child will fall." But Cedric slept with the wand's glow across his heart. And for now,